All right, good evening. We're going to call the meeting to order. It's 5:31. The school committee may seek to convene open session and recess to executive session for discussion and or action regarding those items of business exempt from open meetings under Rhode Island General Law 42464 and A, discussion, school safety plan, Rhode Island General Law 42465A3, and B, discussion, personnel, SKESP negotiations update, Rhode Island General Law 42465A2. Individuals have been notified, including the right to have any discussion held in open session.
Make a motion.
Second.
I'll make a motion to recess to executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Good evening. We're going to reopen open session. We're going to start with the call to order. Well, we're calling the meeting back to order at 6:06 and the roll call. Stuart Lander,
Present.
Kate Massanati.
Here.
Paula Whitford,
Here.
Michelle Brousseau,
Here.
James Estivo,
Here.
and I, Carol Vetter, am here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Do I have a motion to seal the minutes of executive session?
I'll make a motion to seal the minutes of executive session.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes. There were no votes taken in executive session. Hey, next is comments from the community. James?
Michelle Manning.
Okay, working now? So, good evening. My name is Michelle Manning. I'm the elementary MLL specialist, currently at Kingstown as well as the Tunic schools. I go back and forth on, well, I went back and forth on whether to come tonight because it's our MLL access report out night. So I went over there, got my families settled in, told them I'm coming here, why I'm coming, and they supported me, and then I told them I'll be back. So let me do a quick 3 minutes and get out of here. First, I want to recognize that how difficult your position is and making these decisions around cuts to the district budget. And I thank you for taking the time to be thoughtful with that process. But for someone like myself, this process has been very opaque. Some teachers and administrators knew what positions were being cut and others did not. I'm one of those teachers that wasn't in the know. I found out after last week's school committee meeting, and I feel that this process should happen in the light. If you're cutting positions, that information should be available to everyone, especially those that are affected by the cuts. There's no need to attach names, but knowing what positions are being reduced is not a big lift, in my opinion, as many people already in the district were in the know. And this allows people to see if there are mistakes and then those mistakes be done. I hope that admin and the union can work together to make this process more transparent. At the last school committee meeting that I watched, a teacher came with their students and spoke on behalf of, spoke on behalf of their position. This teacher knew of this cut. Others of us were unaware, and because of this, couldn't advocate in a way that others could and could see from watching and I could see from watching the last meeting, advocating and showing up with students makes a difference, as it did with sports and music. Also, after listening to last week's school committee meeting, many of us were under the impression that we were not going to cut programs that directly support students. But with the decrease in one full-time MLL specialist position to 0.8, that is exactly what will happen. This MLL position is the only position in the district that goes between two schools. Because of this split, time at both schools is already reduced. Taking away one complete day from both the Tunic and Kingstown students, in my opinion, is not justified when looking at the projected numbers of MLL students for next year. I, all received a letter from me showing you the breakdown, as well as more information in that email. Across the district, our MLL caseloads are similar, and when accounting for incoming MLL kindergartners, there is the potential for 3 more students between the 2 schools. But this doesn't seem equitable to. While I'm not advocating for any MLL positions to be cut, I do believe that this reduction will cause harm to multilingual learner students at both Kingstown and the 2 schools. It also impacts access teachers have to resources that the MLL specialist provides, as well as time to plan and create materials and support. I understand that cuts are necessary, but choosing to make cuts that will directly impact already underserved students is unfair. These cuts will unfairly impact students at both schools, some of which have been identified as multilingual learners and also support. It is unfair when we are making cuts to a student's instructional time, when this instruction is integral to them being able to fully participate in their classrooms. I watched last week as you discussed other positions and you took those off the table because of how the cuts would affect students. This cut hurts students too. Losing out on the instructional time will affect how multilingual learner students are able to access content in their classroom. And then I just want to point out what the regulations say, and I'll get out of your way. So the regulations that I sent you, 3.1A4 ensures that multilingual learners have access to a free appropriate public education equal to the education provided to all other students. This goal is to be reached by ensuring that programs for MLLs are based on sound educational theory and evidence, and B, appropriately supported and implemented with adequate and effective staff and resources so that the program may reasonably be expected to be successful. This is important because across the 2 schools, we have multiple newcomer students, as well as students with identified disabilities. These students require separate instruction and more time from the specialist, as well as working with the student's educator to be able to create materials that support the instruction that is happening in their classrooms. I really hope you were able to find a way to rectify this terrible situation, and I appreciate.
Thank you so much.
Jonathan Sigmund.
Hello. Are we on? Hi. Hi, I'm Jonathan Sigmund. I use he, they pronouns. I live in Kingston. I work as a school social worker here in SK. During a recent school committee meeting, the term SPED was used. The speaker was discussing transportation, and the quote was that the vehicle was used to, quote, transport our SPED students, end quote. And no one present acknowledged the use of that term. So in the interest of using trauma-informed practice to create safe spaces for all, I want to share information that people may not have about how that term or abbreviation has been used. In my experience, that phrase has been used as an insult by students, both towards others and also towards themselves. When kids say you're so sped or they're so sped, it's not nice. They're not trying to give each other a compliment. So I make the effort not to use the phrase because people might be hurt by it if I'm using it, even though the abbreviation would be way more convenient. I attend many meetings regarding special education services for students, and I never hear my colleagues using that acronym. In my emailed comments that I emailed all of you, I provided other references on this term, such as the Arizona State University School of Journalism guidance, which was, quote, don't use the term SPED as shorthand for special education. It's considered offensive, end quote. So I know very well that all of you, every one of you, is actively working hard to nurture an environment in which we can all thrive, to use the word. I know that no harm was intended. I want to be very clear that I am not calling anyone out or urging anyone's cancellation. I've already spoken to the person who used the term, and they had no idea it could be hurtful, and they thanked me for letting them know. It was important to me to address the issue publicly because a school committee meeting is such a public venue, right? No, but on the screen, it is populated by the leaders of our school district. no one commented on it at the time, on the use of the term. And so some who were present or who would watch later might think that using this abbreviation is acceptable. And I hope now that we all know it can be hurtful, that we can all agree that it's not acceptable. There are many reasons someone might not want to acknowledge when something potentially hurtful is said or done in a meeting or in a situation, maybe in any situation. It's hard to do. It's time consuming. There are other matters requiring our attention. Still, in this setting, we're in the public eye and we're setting an example for the entire SK learning community, children and adults alike. So when someone says or does something that could be hurtful to members of our community, like in this case, using a demeaning abbreviation, which they thought was harmless, we just need to take a moment to help them and everyone else who is present or maybe watching later to understand why it's not okay, so that every member of our school community can feel safe and so that we can all bring our best selves to the work at hand. Those are my comments. What questions do you have for me?
So it's not a back and forth time. It's public comment for you to come up and make your comments.
Sure.
So, but email's a great way for us to be able to respond.
Sure.
And so your previous email that I was responded
You
to,
did.
that's where we can respond, but we can't do it from here. Okay.
Okay, great.
That's by the legislative statute.
Well,
But
thank you for your attention and
Thank
thank
you.
you for your work always.
For the members of the public who are watching additionally, based off of that, a reply all, when a reply all cannot be sent. So should email correspondence go to all of the committee, please do not expect a reply all reply, as that would constitute a violation of open meetings as well as a rolling quorum. So as email may be the best, a reply all would not, cannot be the response. Thank you.
Thanks for your attention.
thank you. Yeah, you can turn it off. Thank you. Would anybody else like to come up to the podium? Seeing none, we will close public comment. That will move us to the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes. And now I will turn it over to the superintendent for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could, you'd be so kind as to pull up the superintendent's report. There are two items in this week's report. The personnel non-exempt at-will employee update, again, informational only. And the enrollment report. It has been a while since we've done an enrollment report. As budget has taken care of most things, but as is the time of year, we'll do an enrollment report, which will then also tie in nicely to next year's budget. So next slide, please. So again, informational only. I would just have the committee note that we are now, given the time of year, we are putting on the personnel action form for notice leaves that are affecting not just this current school year, but next school year as well, of which you'll see at the top of this week's personnel report, both for leaves of absence for next school year, and then the following two are for the remainder of this school year, as well as then the next section of retirements. I believe the second meeting in June, we will honor our retirees, and we welcome aboard. It's always great to be able to, especially given the time of year and the need of our students, to welcome one-to-one teaching assistants to the South Kingstown school community. So welcome to them. Next slide, please. On the enrollment report, I changed the format just a little bit to communicate not only our total enrollment, the school-based enrollment, but I also chose, since the changes in enrollment overall since January 15th, I just did this in terms of the new year, as well as generally that's where soon afterwards, we would have the close of a semester. And so sometimes in terms of students moving in or out, that might happen especially at the secondary level. But once again, I would say that overall, a total change of 4 students from our elementary level, and then a total of 5 students at the secondary level, for a total change of 9 students since the start of this new calendar year. We see that's relative stability, because especially in terms of the South Kingstown High School total, we might have students who are graduating early. We might also have students who are aging out. So this does not, again, this is overall, this is not in and out, but these are overall totals. So relatively stable based on what we've seen. And next slide, please. And I'm happy to go back. However, I did want to add one element to this enrollment report, especially as it pertains, as I alluded to, not only FY 27, but next school year as well. And I would urge any member of the community who is watching to, if you have a kindergarten student for next year and have not registered, please do so. Our current enrollment totals, and it is still early, for kindergarten next year at Matunic, we have 24 currently registered, Peacedale 41, and West Kingston 51. I'm going to draw out in particular a couple, especially regarding West Kingston, in that 51 students currently exceeds the number of sections that we have this academic year. And additionally, it exceeds what we have projected for next school year. So in order to, we need to keep our contractual considerations in that our contractual considerations from K to 3, we have a class size maximum of 23. However, there's also that caveat in terms of in kindergarten. This is from the existing CBA. Each kindergarten class assigned more than 20 students shall be assigned a full-time kindergarten aide. So we also know that early registration for kindergarten is not our total registration, that we have lots of registration that generally occurs over the summer, especially as houses get sold, new leases and rental agreements get signed. So we tend to see a large influx or an increase in kindergarten enrollment later in the summer. And so we still expect that. However, we will not be able to, as currently constituted, we will not be able to meet, we are currently would not be meeting our contractual demands if we were to apply this school year's sections into next year. And that will be part of our next presentation, that is something that this committee, that there will be a recommendation before this committee to take action on that. With that, are there any questions?
I have a question about that particular topic with the West Kingston. Clearly, we don't want to max out our kindergarten classes. And clearly, the number is enough that we would potentially be looking at. It's another section. Are we physically able to
Yes.
expand a section at West Kingston?
We are.
So I have a question about just going forward and kind of knowing this is going to happen ahead of time, kind of our projections being so far off. Is there something going on in West Kingston that there's, I mean, is there growth in the area? Is there something we should be aware of that young families are moving there or that are there and their kids are now becoming kindergarten age? I'm just wondering if there's something that we can pick up on that we can do better projections because we would have more information.
So the short answer is not readily available, or not that I saw coming. I know that from our NESDEC projection, we did early on in the budget process say that if this NESDEC projection comes true for kindergarten, our current number of sections would not be able to, but targeted knowing that it was going to be at West Kingston. I could, in some cases, I might be able to go, or I'll need to potentially go to the planning board or see where there's new housing. But in terms of off the top of my head, in terms of, no, nothing that comes immediately to mind. Not that there isn't anything that's not out there, but nothing that comes to top of mind.
I'm just curious. I think it's great for our community to have more young families with, 5-year-old kids and so that's great. I'm happy that we need another section. I'm just curious if there's something that building moving out the west part of town. I feel like that there's a piece that we maybe might be able to get more information on that we don't have.
I can speak just from personal experience
Okay,
because I live in that area. I know in our neighborhood, there's been a lot of turnover with the folks like our agent over moving out with families with younger kids moving in. That's not information clearly we would be able to get. That you don't know ahead of time unless you're talking to realtors. I will say that in the Kingston area, we would have to look at where the lines are, but there has been development. There's been new neighborhoods that are being dropped in. But again, we don't know who's buying we can't say, oh, that's going to be 7 new families. It could be 7 new, in-laws who are moving into town because they're helping their family. So it's really hard to say, but there has been significant. And when I say significant, there was none for many years. Now there's, 10, 15 going in. But again, it's how do you determine who's buying them?
no, I know. And, but that is good news that young families are moving in. I think that is it's good for our school district, but it's good for the community too. So that's good to hear. So and that's what, even if it's just anecdotal, I think finds it very helpful.
I think, given the fact that we have a housing complex where those children go to West Kingston, they have rather large families and young siblings that are now moving to that.
That's a good point because when Champaign Heights is extended, we're going to want to make sure we're on top of the planning for all of that. So that's a very good point, Paula.
I'm not sure. I know that the village was like closed to occupation for a while. I don't know when or if it's gonna be open for them that much. Also, do this. And in addition to that, Mr. Pedraza, can I assume, shouldn't assume, but Tunic and Kingstown currently have 2 sections.
So,
of kindergarten.
so currently Matunic has 2 and Peacedale has 3
Okay,
and West Kingston has 2 in this current school year.
thank you.
The only other factors that I would put out there too, that also, we do have requests to attend various schools. Those requests are not heard until the summer, until I don't normally make a decision on those until mid-August. But requests do come in, whether it be to go with a sibling or due to childcare issues or due to a impending move, can we go earlier? So there's a variety of factors that people go through and that will shift. However, I think as we've discussed over the past 2 years, there's also discussions of, when we do hit that capacity, we take a look at the entire system in terms of our kindergarten offerings and say, okay, is this something that we can do to be transported where we can solve with transportation or that we can solve with an existing bus route and moving, saying, okay, from this line over. But I'm also cognizant of the committee's potentially successful move of adding a second grade, I believe, this year to make sure that we are honoring the neighborhood schools that people are zoned for, as well as making sure that families can be accommodated to make sure that we don't have one sibling attending one place and one attending another, and then either forcing those dual schedules or forcing a student or asking a student to make a choice to enter a new school community. And so we'll continue to, this will be an ongoing process, especially as more registrations come in, and we'll look at all of our options. However, given the sheer number of well over 46, you'll be seeing a very clear-cut recommendation later on this evening.
Any other questions on the superintendent's report? Do I have a motion to accept the superintendent report?
Make a motion to accept the superintendent's report.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion passes. Need that one. All right, that will bring us to item 6, school committee business A, discussion action bid award RFP number 2471, transportation, Ocean State Transit.
So I don't know, we've put the action item as in a similar fashion. We've talked about this over previous meetings. Again, our bid award, we would be awarding to a sole bidder. This bid has gone out twice and was discussed at length at last school committee meeting, and has been incorporated into our proposed final FY 27. Factors that are influencing at this time are, Department of Labor prevailing wages. We also then, there are certain things that we can't do, nor do we want to do anything about: our geography and size and scale and walkability or accessibility. Well, I'll say walkability, not accessibility. All of our schools are accessible, but in terms of walkability, in terms of transportation. We will continue to look at policies, and we will, this is only a one-year bid, and we will, one of the other pieces is that we will look for, to go out for a next bid fairly much earlier in the process next year as well. And potentially look to involve other districts, and regional transportation will be investigated. With that, though, the recommendation would be to accept this bid award.
I just want to thank everybody. I know this has been a long process, going out for bids twice. So, Eric is heading up our transportation. I just want to say thank you to him and to Patricia for all of her work, and the rest of your team. I know it's been a long process. Are there any questions?
You have when I discussed them last week, but I didn't see a dollar amount in our bid. A little bit attached to this.
So the increase is 1.2 million over the previous bid. So for a total of total bid amount, motion state. 4.8. Yep. $4,888,000. And that is for in-district transportation. So for all of our students, as well as athletic, up to the capacity of them being able to provide that. When they are unable to provide it, again, we have a yearly bid allowing the athletic director to contract with another provider. That has limousine, but it is not a limousine.
Thank you for clarifying that. How much,
I heard you say this is a 1-year only contract.
This is a 1-year only.
so we get to go through it again next year.
Yes.
How much higher from last year? Not from the last bid, but what was last year's line item versus what this year's will be, or
I believe
this
it
year's
was
next year?
3.7. 366.
Okay, thank you.
And that established 5 years ago.
Okay, And what I would also love for us to do is have this as a talking point when we meet with the town.
So as well, yep, as well as, although the legislature hasn't gone through, there's been lots of appetite from the recommendation of the Rhode Island Foundation about changing the funding formula, and including transportation in that preliminary piece. That would obviously be of interest, and, we'll keep tabs on that moving forward.
I'll make a motion to approve the bid award for Ocean State Transit.
I second.
All those in favor?
I
That motion passes. All right, brings us to B, discussion action fiscal year 2026-27 substitute pay. Mr. Pedraza?
So this is a yearly process, and in many cases have had to be updated based off mid-year, based off of the legislature and Rhode Island general laws. So just because we're not sure of what might come out of this legislative session, I wanted to be clear, or just cover us in that by stating the current minimum wage, and that it did change or is changing again. And so as such, we would be shifting that wage come 2027. So rather than putting two different amounts on there for our custodians, our TAs, and our clerks, so those who are, student interns, that we would be adjusting the rate to be in accordance with Rhode Island general laws, required minimum wage, rather than putting different amounts or two different amounts. And then again, on the others, the teachers, nurse, and principal, as in terms of those salaried positions, they are not subject to, and as such have fixed dollar amounts. This will also, once again, bring, if this is approved, we had previous discussions, or one of the many terrible ideas I've had for FY 27 was to mess around with the current substitute rate. This would take that off the table, as was discussed, I believe, in a few of our budget sessions, and it was agreed to that we want to take that off the table so that we make sure that the great work that our substitutes do, that they know that they're honored, as well as we stay regionally competitive.
So can I ask you what the proposed minimum wage is going to be, what the proposal is to increase it to?
$17. So the minimum wage will change on January 1st to $17 now.
I'm just curious, though. If we're already at 17 for clerks, does it make sense to leave it at, I'm just asking the question, does it make sense to leave it at 17 when we historically see an increase?
But we can make that happen. Again, the substitute rate for clerks, or fill rate, if we have people, and we were paying them $17 a year, that is something that I believe we will be able to sustain. So I'm happy to adjust this accordingly to make clerks $17 straight out and remove the minimum wage.
I mean, I think that's fair because you've got all the other rates increasing by 50 cents. It seems like the clerks should also increase. Just what a way I read it.
So what you're suggesting then is that it goes to 17.50.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
I guess before, I mean, I principally agree, but from a financial impact standpoint, what do we, if we were to make a change like that, what? I know, I don't have numbers off the top of your head.
Right. So again, in terms of the numbers as well as the fill rate, I would need to take a look at. I think it's often pretty low, even trying to increase it over the course of a few years. They're trying to do some pieces there. Again, we know we can sustain we know we can sustain and are obligated to sustain the $17 an hour across all of those bargaining units. So again, so I know for a fact that we will be able to and can sustain 17 throughout the for clerks throughout the 26-27 school year. That is something I'm comfortable doing. But in terms of the impact of what 1750 would be and going above that, those who have helped create this chart, we have not, I did not investigate that. So
Yeah, another thing on this chart, I don't know if this is something we can put as like part of, we prove this, we can add this in, because I'm seeing, looks to me like different rates. You're talking about an hourly rate for some of these individuals, but then the teachers aren't paying 150 an hour. Are
not salaried, but that in terms of
Well, yeah,
per diem,
well,
per diem, yeah.
okay, so that was, see, that was my confusion. Is it per diem or is it per hour? I assumed it wasn't per hour, but I wanted to. I think we make it more clear if it was consistent, or at least identify what the rate is, whether it's per diem or per hour, because right now it's very confusing. And in that vein, if we're going to change things, I think we have two different minimum wages. We have a state minimum wage and we have a federal minimum wage. I think if we just clarify that this is the state minimum wage that we're tying to, that would just make it more clear and less open to interpretation.
Yep.
From all sides. But yeah, certainly I think the teachers, nurse and principal rates clearly are per diem based on the numbers, but I think just highlighting that. And so anyone looking at this will understand that's what that means.
I believe that's done because the members, because those bargaining units themselves are hourly employees and not salaried employees. And so the expectation or the payment is for the work done on an hourly rate, not done for the full school day, as with teachers, nurses, and principals. So I think it's just a matter of aligning it to the bargaining unit and how they are paid, is the main piece of why that's done that way historically.
So I know that what I was asking for if it's 1750 an hour, what would be the impact on that? So what I would like to do is to go ahead and accept this as you've budgeted with these numbers, but then be open to a budget amendment if there's other money to increase the clerks to be historically in line with the increases that we've done. So that's just my suggestion.
Not trying to avoid. It's just Stingray's not, but I think what you did is not anything to do with the actual numbers, but to label the ones that are considered, label the ones that are per hour.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, I didn't intend to break out that hourly. I didn't want to break down the 150 to an hourly rate. That was not my intention. So thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Russo. I wanted to just highlight that the 150 is a per diem number and not an hourly number.
Thank you. We can appreciate that.
Meaning no disrespect to the clerks. I'm just wondering why teachers' assistants are receiving less.
It,
Is that
once
a
again,
part?
once again, it's in line with the salary scales of those bargaining units and the work that is done. So you have so in our SKESP union, you do have teachers' assistants and you do have clerks, and clerks do get a higher rate of pay than teacher assistants. And so hence
I would certainly advocate teachers' assistants to receive more. Given the work they're doing. And I've heard from a couple who have clearly noted, especially working with certain students through the special ed program and such. So that's
All of the positions are important in their own ways. I mean, custodians are vital too. It really comes down to rates of pay over time that have been negotiated, and I don't know what in current contract. So, again, I think we'll have more information after we start taking a look at the, we are going into negotiations with two of these categories, the TAs and the clerks. So, but they're all valuable, absolutely.
Just a quick clarifying question around that in particular. So these are substitute rates and these are not part of the bargaining. This is not part of the contract, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I think, it would be nice to see them all align with like all the substitute rates be similar, but again, it goes down to negotiations and making sure that we are aligned with the contracts, but also it will come down to if we have extra money or not. And what those numbers look like. So if at the end of the day, the end of the budget, we all of a sudden we're like, oh, we have a surplus, this certainly can be revisited. It has, and we've done it in the past too. So I agree with you.
Mr. Pedraza, have we had difficulty getting spots that we need substitutes in any of these areas?
It will depend on the situation. It depends sometimes on the school, depends on how long the duration is of an absence or the shift that an absence is needed coverage for. So there's a variety of factors. But in terms overall, I'm pleased with our overall substitute fill rate. Could it be better? Yeah. Would we like to pay people more? Absolutely. Do I have more or do we? Well, that remains to be seen, but not. So in terms of, yes, we have an appropriate fill rate currently.
Okay. Do we have a motion
So if
to,
you need us to act on this, yes. I'll make a motion to approve the FY 26-27 substitute pay as presented.
Second,
all those in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes. Okay, that will bring us up to the next one, the discussion action, final fiscal year 26-27 budget.
Thank you. I would ask if that we have the presentation pulled up onto the screen, please. And if the committee would be so kind as to have we'll go through the presentation, but we'll take time to go through all of the numbers that are also, this is also posted on board docs. So next slide. So we've been having FY 27 conversations for a long time. So some of these pieces will seem, we're talking about this again. Yep. Most, if not all of these things you have seen before. However, we've made sure to double check and triple check our numbers and have the most clarity of where we stand. And that's where this has been updated. And so our municipal appropriation, we are thankful for in terms of we have an additional 1,578,629 increase in the municipal appropriation. In terms of the or other aspects in terms of revenues, we continue to operate on the governor's recommended. I have not seen anything that's come through that is recommending more state aid. I've heard some discussion a little bit about potentially increasing the student success factor amount, which would change how much so. Again, I haven't gotten specifics. So again, we're still using that formula aid, and again, the high cost special education are the two largest buckets. We also do have transportation aid that does come to us, but that is also in the form of a credit. but that has not changed since you all put gavels down on on our preliminary FY 27. We are optimistic in that you'll see in that, so while our high cost special education goes down significant, our Medicaid reimbursement, we are looking to keep stable, and once again salute Dr. Carson and her team's work for getting those reimbursements as high as they are. Also, as discussed most recently, we have the fund transfer in. We continue to have the $1 million that was originally proposed in our initial budget to the town council. And as most recently discussed in this current budget iteration, we have applied the expected $300,000 in anticipated surplus from fiscal year 25-26. However, I do want to emphasize that that is currently unrealized. So the budget season is not over. All encumbrances are not closed out. We still have another month and a half. So that is an estimate, could go up, could go down. If we were to approve that though, and it didn't happen, we would need to pull it from our unrestricted, from our current fund balance, which again is after we take the 1 million would be at approximately $1.9 million. So if we put a gavel down and we don't realize that, our budget would still need that 300,000. Any questions regarding revenue highlights? Okay.
I have a question about, so if we need to move forward with expanding a section in the elementaries, that will increase our budget need, or is that accounted for?
So that will be accounted for. So in terms of revenue, what we've done here, and I'll get to it in the next slide, is we, as discussed at the end of last meeting, we have broken out federally fund portions or whole positions that are federally funded, and we've broken those out separately. And that's helping us to clarify some pieces. Additionally, both Dr. Carson and Mr. Seeger will need to reappropriate funds over to different funds. So I anticipate us needing to move Title II funds, which are used for professional development, and Title IV potentially over to Title I to ensure that we can will continue with existing personnel. But I think by the end of this, we will be pleasantly surprised in that we have made some cuts in the expense items, as well as then using this increased revenue that will give us some options.
I just want to make sure, because those, if we have that kind of influx in kindergarten, we're going to have it, then it will roll up to first and second and third. And,
Yep.
and of course, those sections will need to be adjusted accordingly. And I just want to make sure that because we know next year when we have our ask to the town, we are still in the hole. So I want to make sure that if we need to go back to the town and say, look, this is what we're faced with,
Mhm.
that we're planning accordingly so that we are not just digging ourselves a bigger hole.
Agreed. Yeah, again, that 1.3 again is realistically 2. Once we talk about expenses coming off the book, or once the OPEB comes on back. And again, if we say that it could be higher, could be lower. It will depend on our obligations to the retirees who qualify for those benefits or extended benefits at that time. And it's still an unknown.
Would you, this question is probably not answerable, but just putting it out there, would you have any indication, given the fact that, and understanding that Providence receives the most amount of money from the state at this point, but given that they're turning the school back over to the city, would there even be a remote possibility of a windfall somewhere of funding coming from the state above and beyond what's already being considered?
Not that I've heard of, and definitely not tied to Providence and return to local control. If anything, the only discussion about that is the tax receipt rate, where in terms of the actuarial requirements that they need to put out there in terms of revenues received. And then the appetite for potentially the General Assembly to spend that rather than save it. I have not heard that.
I have a question about, the way we're approaching this using fund balance we haven't realized yet. And I guess as I think through that, what would be the pros and cons of taking that 300,000 from the current fund balance, dropping it down to 1.6, and then, as would normally happen, roll whatever over surplus we might have into the fund balance from there, because it sounds like it's kind of a 6 of one, half a dozen the other situation where, like, I don't feel comfortable relying on taking 300,000 that we don't know is going to exist. I'd rather take 300,000 we know exists, and then the chips will fall where they may when it comes to that fund balance. So just maybe you can talk about the pros and cons there and kind of what the reasoning is behind approaching it from this direction.
Sure. So I think that, your point is exactly that. And it's, if we approve this, in the end, when we compare our revenues to expenses, and if we were to need it, and we put a gavel down on it, and we then have expenses that meet that 130 or that 1.3, we need to come up with that. And so that 1.3 is coming out, and ultimately where it's coming from, whether it had been past school years or that are unrealized, is used. I'm framing it that way because in terms of the way that I recall the joint meetings going, was those conversations about anticipated fund balance. Now it was way too high. It was at 900,000 that I believe the council president was putting out there, that we have $900,000 in a operating budget potential surplus. We also at that point still hadn't paid out the snow removal, had an extra week of school, hadn't had an extra week of school, therefore that's busing. And so we had also just put out the encumbrance piece. So essentially, I'm just putting it out there, one, because we had talked about using, because we are above our current policy of 1.2 and in the conversations with the town. So again, if we're expecting that we make a good faith effort, but whether it comes from the 1.9 existing, and then we take the 3 from the 1.9, and then the expected 3, once actualized, gets rolled back into what's the 1.6, that's what would happen anyway. So if we put a gavel down with expenses that need that fund, and conversely, if we then have expenditures that we cannot be in a deficit and that we need to pay for, we would then be going back into that unrestricted fund balance. So ultimately, what I'm trying to do here is just say that this is fund balance that is anticipated, and it's in excess of the 1.9. We're not digging into the 1.9 going down to 1.6. We can do that. However, if this does get actualized, we're back up to 1.9. So the 300,000, where it comes from, if we adopt a budget with 1.3, we're going to use 1.3, whether our remaining fund balance is 1.9, 1.6, or 2.5 million. It's that extra 3 is going to come out of fund balance. I'm just trying to, again, honor what I remember was our conversations and how we left it with the town council.
So the way I look at it is, if we accept this budget as proposed, we'll be taking 1.3 million out of fund balance.
Correct.
Which may or may not get replenished up to the 300,000 with our current year's surplus, but that's the unknown. But what we're doing is taking 1.3 million out of fund balance.
Okay, so effectively, we would be left with a fund balance of 1.6.
Until and unless, with the anticipation that when we close this school year and the audit goes through, And that we are anticipating a surplus of $300,000 for this academic year that would then go back into an unrestricted fund balance.
Well, we don't know what that's numbers can be.
We don't know exactly, correct. Our best estimate right now is $300,000. It could be more.
Okay, I guess I just find it confusing to present it this way rather than just saying we're going to use an additional 300,000 from fund balance and say it's 1.3. And then whatever the surplus deficit is at the end of the year would, just happen. The way this is presented feels like to me, we'd have to make multiple adjustments to say, oh, well, we didn't actually get that 300,000. So now we have to approve another, whatever, 200,000 from fund balance to make up the difference. Say we come out at 100,000 surplus instead of 300,000 surplus. I don't know, just the way this is presented seems like there'd be more action needed from our end to approve additional funds from fund balance.
Yeah.
When it sounds like from what you're saying, that's not really the case here.
Yep. So again, I can see where you're coming from, and my apologies for the lack of clarity. But again, in terms of previous conversations of we expect at least $300,000 from this year's operating budget. Can we, because we didn't anticipate that this year, can we continue to fund next school year with any fund balance left over from this year, trying to make good on that? I'm probably still not communicating it well enough, but that was the intent. But you are correct in that if we put a gavel down on as proposed, right now, that 1.3, whether we have it additional funds or a surplus or a deficit this year, we are pulling 1.3 million from fund balance for operations.
Okay, so no additional action will need to be taken from the committee to, unless obviously
Correct.
circumstances change and there's other mitigating factors that we need to address.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. So if we do have a surplus this year at higher, lower than 300, it's getting rolled into unrestricted fund balance regardless. And regardless, we're potentially passing a revenue, an operating budget that's using 1.3.
All right, thank you.
So again, my apologies. All right, next slide, please. So on the expense highlights, we have 3 slides that will give opportunities to go through our expenses. I will, though, however, highlight that again, salaries and benefits, when we talk about this, there is a breakout that talks because we do have pieces of employees or whole employees who are paid with restricted federal grants, that we are reporting those out on the last page. So what you have before you in terms of salaries and compensation benefits, this is for what's being paid with the local revenue, state, local, that was presented and is not presented with federal aid. We've broken out the federal aid positions and how those are being paid for and lumped those together on a separate piece. So just keeping that as we keep in mind. Regardless, though, once again, our salaries, we have contractual obligations, 2.5% raise for our teachers, 2% for our custodians, 2% was proposed for the administration, and 2% for our paraeducators. However, we are in negotiations with that bargaining unit, and so that 2% is ultimately contingent on those negotiations. And in any salary, we are, of course, always going to look to make the best use of taxpayer dollars and hire the best, but at the same time, make sure that we are hiring as appropriate. And where we may have seen people retire or leave the district at a higher step, there are opportunities to hire at a lower step, and that we investigate those. We don't know what that breakage, if any, is going to be. We have been conservative in our estimates in that for any position that we are rehiring for, we are assuming 5th step, not 1st step, because except in those positions that we know the requirements of that position, that anybody who holds that or takes that position has to have a master's degree, has to have teaching experience. And so we've then accommodated for that. So for example, a reading specialist must have a master's degree, must teach, have previous teaching experience. So generally speaking, reading specialists are almost always going to be 10th step masters. So as such, any vacancy for a reading specialist, we kept 10th step masters. We did not put it at a 5th step because that's just not a realistic assumption for that position. For our other positions, so we have a few music that retirees that we will be filling. Again, 5th step masters, we might get 1st step, we might get 2nd step. We don't know what the applicant pool is going to be. There might be no 1st and 2nd step applicants. So we'll look for breakage though, wherever possible, but those assumptions continue to be built into this. In terms of benefits, we have adjusted for the 12.6, the dental of 8.47, the ESRI or ERS. Not only were we once again able to take out something that when we created our assumptions, applied, but we are also pleased to report that the published rate is actually down from the current school year. So the ERS rate is currently at 15.1%, and the published rate is 14.75. Same thing with MERS. It is actually reduced next year by the rates that are currently published by the state. And once again, I will highlight the benefits, the OPEB, or the other post-employment benefits, that those costs have been removed due to an overfunding of the trust by the town. And those, though, how long those costs will be removed is, we can only take it 1 year at a time, I believe, at this point. So as we go through salaries and benefits, you'll see things as fairly stable. Again, this is also everything has now been where every single position has been rolled up based off of the actual person or the assumptions that I just mentioned are present, with the exception of those who are paid or a portion of their position paid through federal grants. That is broken out on a separate page. We can always come back, but I'll go to next slide, please. So the next expense highlights, we have purchase professional and technical services. Again, in most of these, as stated in the budget presentations, most of our increases that we're asking for are inflationary. In terms of professional technical services, the decreases are enrollment offsets, generally speaking, and that do correlate with enrollment trends that we're seeing for the need for those services. In regards to purchase property, once again, inflationary as well as the need for ongoing maintenance. Any decreases that we are seeing, again, we're assuming in terms of once we now have Wakefield offline, and we will soon have Curtis Corner completely offline, as well as we have done significant capital improvements that allows us to reallocate dollars that used to go to certain systems, but as they get upgraded, we're either able to remove those or move them to another area. So HVAC comes to mind, as roofing comes to mind. As those get replaced, we're able to then shift those maintenance costs because things might be under warranty, because they might be under contract for certain services. We're able to shift those dollars around. As we get into later on into capital improvement, which will be either on the next slide or coming up, that is a benefit that we will be able to see moving forward, that the more capital expenditures that we're able to do into either completely renovated or completely repaired, that we would then be able to decrease our anticipated year-to-year maintenance costs. In terms of other purchase services, we have our transportation. I will highlight that in transportation, we are very optimistic that our trending data from this school year matches with our trend established last year. So although we had a dramatic contractual increase that based off of our accelerated funding that used to be in place with 3 tiers, that is now 2 tiers, that we are able to absorb some of those costs and not pass those along, as well as then that additional money that we did add on, as well as then the use of those credits. So I bring up the credits and the state aid, and unfortunately, most of the time or fortunately, I brush them off because they're such restricted funds. But it's something we can't forget about, in that when we do take a look at our transportation line, there are certain costs or state aid that we will be able to offset because of those credits. And as such, the 1.2 million over that transportation offset, although not going to the Ocean State contract, will be going to other line items that allows us to have that reduction.
So I have a question on purchase professional technical services.
Please.
Just a couple things that just jump out at me. I mean, I know they're not huge dollars, but I'd just like an explanation. Speech therapist, this current year, we're in 31,000 and then budgeted for next year, 4,900. Is there a reason that you can so severely decrease that? And I know this isn't our own employees, this is an outside service,
Yeah.
but I'm just curious why that big reduction?
I believe that in terms of whether it be the level of services that is now been to our outside placements is now more appropriately scaled in terms of our existing employees, as well as what services we provided to other private schools in previous administrations has been scaled back appropriately by Dr. Karsten.
And that's the same with audiologists?
Yes,
I mean, having a child who's
Absolutely.
hearing impaired, you know that they have kind of paired together speech and audiologist. So
yes.
the other one, I'm just curious again, virtual classroom. This year, how did we have a negative expense? Just curious. I mean, was it something paid for last year that we had a refund, or? I mean, I don't think we're getting revenue for any, correct?
No, I don't believe we have any faculty participating in. So I know that virtual high school, if you have somebody attending, that there'd be a reduced rate. I'm not sure.
Anyway, it's not
So-
large dollars. when I see negative expenses, I'm curious. The only thing is if it's a timing issue year over year where something was refunded would make sense, but
My assumption would be is that those are things that may have been purchased in advance, that the demand or the potential need when they were purchased was not fully utilized, and as such that we still have a credit. Or a refund was given back
okay,
in that current year.
that would have been my assumption. I just didn't want to assume. So, all right, thank you.
I'm curious as well on, because I don't think I understood what was being said about the transportation and how that formula you were talking about working.
So 3 years ago, with the same transportation contract that was there in the rates, the district was using 3 tiers of busing. So there were more buses going on. We reduced that to 2 tiers and saw savings in year 1, which was last year. Because it was a singular data point, we weren't sure if that was a 1-year anomaly. What we're seeing is that based off of us closing the books and with kind of what's encumbered versus what's expected moving forward, that we believe we will come under the 5.3 slightly. And as such, the existing funding, the new additional cost shouldn't go directly over what was budgeted this year, because what was budgeted this year could have been potentially $100,000 or $200,000 less. So as such, the full weight of the contract increase isn't seen in the year to year, because we believe that this year may be able to go down because we now have 2 years of data points, which will give us a little bit of savings, as well as we will be able to apply the credits that we receive two other lines that roll up into transportation. So it's a matter of we have more money than a little bit more money in the existing transportation line to offset some of the increased costs because of this new bid. And in addition, we are now taking into account the transportation credits that we do receive from the state. So it's not a just one-to-one. So, yeah. Okay, and then also another purchase services was transportation. Additionally, we currently have the advertising budget that was discussed last year and implemented in the preliminary still remains. As well as then we also have the tuitions being set in. Again, we are because of the rate that is yet to be determined. Obviously, we do not have the projection of number of students who ultimately go, but we do know that the per pupil cost will be adjusted and needs to be adjusted, especially tuitions within the state. We're hopeful that we will get clear guidance from the state moving forward, especially as it pertains to rates and what people can charge. And is it the average? Is it the lower of the two districts that is still before the commissioner at this time? Next slide, please.
Before you move to that,
Certainly.
can I just verify?
Yep.
So on other purchase services, advertising, last year we only allotted for 1,000 or we only spent 1,000?
Allotted
Okay, and then this year we're allotting for 20.
20.
Did we use any of the 1,000 from last year? I guess my
Yep.
curiosity question is more like, do we still have that and is that a credit?
That is not a credit. Well, it will be once we close the budget and it would be part of any surplus or deficit.
I just want to make sure that if we're looking to, if we're allotting the 20,000 for advertising, that we
That we use
spend it
Absolutely.
because we need to attract, we
We will.
want that tuition.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
So do you have an idea if it's $1,000 for this year, if it hasn't been spent? I'm kind of picking up that vibe.
Nothing at the top of my head, but I'm sure Eric, we could get creative. Oh, Snapchat, TikTok, I don't know.
No.
I'm not an influencer. I don't do any of that stuff. So I don't know, but somebody out there does.
No, that you can, yeah, you can definitely boost posts and do all those things and you can push things out for not a lot of money, right? So I think it's right. If we haven't spent it, we should because
But yes, like
Very good
doing
point.
sponsored advertising and for our open houses and things of that nature, but yeah,
I think Eric should start a YouTube channel, monetize it.
right? This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Monetize that stuff.
I'll take that back to Mr. Loniger. Okay. In terms of up next, unless we want to go through in the supplies and materials before, if you could just go back one more, there you will see in the very first line, the reduction in the top line. What we didn't do is we didn't put in our proposed and then another line of now our newest proposed, but I just want to call out that in terms of the general supplies and materials that was discussed, a cut of supplies from the high school, from Peacedale Elementary, that those costs are reflected there, as we discussed in previous meetings. And I say that additionally because in the next slide, when we get to capital projects, I do want to, I'll start at the bottom of the slide, but would also want to highlight that again, our technology department does a wonderful job. But because of that, they get to cut $200,000, unfortunately. But that cost to supplies is realized, unfortunately, in this budget. But again, I wanted to thank Mr. Snow and his staff for that, but that definitely is a sacrifice. However, all of our capital projects and purchases. So the key takeaway that I want to do here is not so much in the numbers, but we will see that we did, in anticipation, we did cut some equipment, the equipment year to year. Originally, that was $100,000 in custodial and facilities equipment. That was the ask. We did roll that back to $50,000 because again, when we were first going in, not every recommendation last meeting was taken up. And so we wanted to try and realize some of the other costs to offset that as we were going through and validating our numbers. And so that's why that number changed in addition. And so I wanted to call that out specifically. The other piece here is that for a capital improvement, specifically for facilities, we need to finalize an agreement and make sure that, or I want to bring the committee's attention to that ultimately, when we add up all of the things that do go towards our maintenance of effort for facilities, not maintenance of effort as it pertains to maintenance of effort for the town funding, but for our statutory requirement of 3% of our operating budget, without the reimbursement that was discussed over the past 2 years at the town council and school committee joint meetings, we will not be meeting our 3% threshold. We will need some of that housing aid that I believe my takeaway is that they were open to that. Once again, that is not any and all housing aid. It was any housing aid that is received due to us spending our unrestricted or restricted fund balance on capital improvements, that it would be best for that housing aid to come back in a restricted fund for capital improvements. So in order to make our 3% in this budget, we would need some of those dollars to come back to us so that we can invest and get to our 3% threshold. What we do see here, and in terms of changing things around, is that we have embedded money in the other long-term infrastructure. Essentially, that's a wordy way of us saying that's the money that we're going to need to just keep piecemealing things together to keep them up and operational, but it's never going to get fixed. However, if we were to see that those funds come back to us, would then be able to target some of those larger pieces that once they're fixed, they don't need that constant attention. They don't need that constant resurfacing. They don't need, as I talked about earlier, that constant contract for maintenance because they're now under warranty. And so ultimately, if that money were to come back to us as discussed, we would once again be under the time guide, a tough timeline, because we've kind of knocked out most of our little projects here and there. And that most of the ones that remain are roofs and HVAC units, which also need to be scheduled in advance. We were very fortunate to be able to get the Broad Rock roof part of it done, and that April's weather was fantastic. But we will need to do that. But we're confident that we'll do that, as discussed last meeting as well. We also anticipate getting into these discussions right away, whether that be with our potential, and hopefully we'll have a new facilities director shortly, as well as the increased dialogue between myself and the town manager on a more regular basis, and by fully engaging in the town's CIP process so that we are not making our ask contingent on fund balance, but that we are making our ask as part of the capital improvement project laid out by the town.
I just want to bring up the work that Ms. Proctor did earlier in that spreadsheet, that what showed what had been submitted. That was really helpful. So maybe giving us something like that as you're able to update it. I mean, not like every month or anything, but once a quarter so we can see it. And also, I'm really curious about the timing of the reimbursements. So if you could help us with that, okay, at the end of this year, sometime in the week of July, we expect this much reimbursement, something like that would be helpful. And that way we can go to, because I've already had multiple meetings with town councilors and they're like, it's not if this is going to happen, it's going to happen. We just need to put a process in place. And so I think you've got a really great beginning for that. I just want to see it kind of expanded. Does that make sense?
So what happens is between July 1, it's due July 15th. And there's a form called, I believe the number is an FA 100 that has to be sent to RIDE. And all our CIP projects on there has to be included. We can also include the West Kingston parking lot this year. So we've already got that confirmed from RIDE. So what'll happen is that that form is filled out, it'll be sent into RIDE. My understanding is that that reimbursement happens in the fall. Exactly when, I'm not sure, but it happens in the fall. If for some reason, once they review and they might have a question or concern, and if they do pull it out, then that would be reimbursed in the spring on or about March, somewhere around there. As long as we make our 3% maintenance of effort and we go a little bit above that, we can't go below it, we have to go above it, then we're good to get our housing aid reimbursement.
That is super helpful. And I know I'm asking this like for you to tell me off the top of your head, so I really appreciate whatever information. And if you need to tell me, I'll get you that. That's perfectly fine. Do you know if last year we submitted anything that was reimbursable that we would have gotten this year or anything like that? I mean, I'm just thinking, can we go back retroactively to the town? I think they might be open to it. I just want to go through any avenue we can think of.
I'm going to say this, in my conversation with the contact at RIDE who handles all this, there was really no reimbursements that were submitted. So I have gone back and I have worked with my acting facilities director and his admin assistant, along with my finance team, and pulled together various improvements that had happened, such as like a fire panel and things along that nature, so that the package is put together and it's able to be submitted. Now, what I've been doing all along is I've been having them do these packages because it's much easier to keep track of them. When you start at the beginning, you start at the quote, and then you build it up from there, the quote, PO, the invoice, the check. And then whatever pictures, because sometimes RIDE wants to see the pictures because they're just not clear on the description. For example, I sent them a fire hydrant that had to be replaced because it was in 2 different fire districts. So I wanted them to understand that it was in the front of the school, not the back of the school where the other fire hydrant is, and sent that in, and that cleared up a lot of questions that they had. In terms of doing that, it's easier to track these projects that we do, and then that's all behind that spreadsheet that I put together. And absolutely, however you want to see it, if you want to see it monthly, if you want to see it quarterly, whatever your preference is, that's not a problem. It's a running total. I will tell you this, though, there are other things that we are allowed to claim in order to meet our 3% effort. One is the maintenance personnel of salary and benefits. We don't get reimbursed for that, but we're allowed to claim that number into our 3%. That's a huge help, so that you're not scrounging to try to get the money to do these projects. The other thing is, we are allowed to get credit for the, whatever bond payments the town makes. We're allowed to put that on there also. So this year, it's on or about $150,000. That helps also. Because when you take that salary and benefits for maintenance, plus when you add in that bond payment, that's a big number that helps towards that 1.9.
It just, uh, how are we get this fiscal year 26, on the 3% maintenance of effort? I would assume because I mean, you've been tracking it, I assume we're okay,
Yes.
but I just wanted to
Yes.
verify, so.
The only thing that I'm waiting for is the Broad Rock roof invoice. Because I had to go back to RIDE because they had failed to approve soffits. When you do a roof of that nature, you also have to do the soffits before you do the gutters. And they did not approve soffits. They approved the gutters. So I went back to them and I said, I need my soffits approved. It's not every day you get to say that. But they said, fine, not a problem, just, send us what their quote was. So I sent it in, not a problem. And once I get those invoices, everything will fall into line with that.
Thank you. And again, I do think that we just need to find a way to get updates on at a, certain interval. But yeah, but thank you. That was super helpful.
Because we'll be filing our total and having to all need to sign off on that maintenance of effort. We'll have that list of projects that's going through and have it updated. Additionally, school housing aid is paid twice a year, September 15th and March 15th. So it comes in 2 installments.
And we didn't get it. There was
Yeah.
nothing this March that came in.
And if it.
Right,
yeah,
it won't come
wouldn't-
to
it
us,
wouldn't
I
come
know.
to us, yeah.
That's why we need to know about it though, so that we can alert the town council, because I mean, things just get lost if we don't track, right?
So I can tell you the reimbursement for the West Kingston parking lot was received early. It was received in February.
We sent that one in early because we didn't meet that 3% so that housing aid could be released. And the state released that once that project was substantially completed. And they released the housing aid to the town with the assurance that we will now meet our 3% for this year.
Okay, that's good to know, because there's already an account that Brian Silva has told us that was set up that is for this, we can utilize for this. And so we need to say, okay, this came in February. It needs to go into that fund to go back to our schools to get the 35% leverage to be for more reimbursement. Have you had any discussions with the town manager about that? Okay, so, yeah, we just need to follow up. I think that's great. Good news.
I have a question, regarding the, capital improvement projects for this year and the maintenance of effort, or not this school year, the fiscal year 2027. It sounded like you said we're reliant on that agreement with the town to use those funds that are coming back through reimbursement to meet the maintenance of effort. But then I also heard that could be timing delays and delays in scheduling work. So that concerns me that we're not gonna be able to meet our 3% maintenance of effort if we rely on those tools alone. And I think once we get a cadence going and know what those reimbursements are going to look like year over year, when they're going to come in, start planning things out, it really scares me if we submit something in July, don't get the payment in September, get the payment in March. Now we're not going to meet our 3% because we're relying on that money to cover the 3%, but we can't get anything scheduled before June 30th, 2027. Do we have a plan for that, or am I misinterpreting what you were saying earlier about?
That's when we go back to Ms. Bergner, because she said we can come back.
Okay, but I mean,
would- it
do we
would-
have a plan to make sure we're going to meet our 3%
Right.
minus those reimbursements.
So we have projects that we believe we would be able to accomplish, that we already have plans, we already have estimates for, but we want to make sure to wait for next year that we can do. To work towards that 3%. However, it's the larger scale ones that are ultimately going to save us money in the long run that need that agreement so that they can be planned out. And even if it's a matter of, well, we know that this revenue is going to come in at this certain date, so we're comfortable using fund balance because for that, to schedule that out or to sign a contract to get that scope of work done, because we know and we have an agreement that a revenue source is coming back to offset that.
So I make sure we're not sitting here in March
It's just more,
2027.
it's more
Oh, no,
difficult,
we're
not impossible.
But
No, right,
I
exactly.
just want to make sure we have, a plan. We're fully committed to getting
We-
those
we-
2%, regardless of what. I
Yes.
don't want to rely on things that are unreliable.
We are close, but we're not there in this budget. And I just wanted to be, again, transparent about that in terms of, and in many cases, a lot of, as Mrs. Proctor discussed, it can be employee dependent too about making those costs. And if someone were to leave and then how long do we have to fill that position? Or does it get filled or does it not? That, again, there are lots of things in there that unfortunately contribute to it, both positively and negatively. We just, we wouldn't need, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not looking at millions of dollars of a project. Ultimately, our maintenance of effort is around 1.955, and we are,
Yeah, it's on.
oh,
And it looks like for capital projects and purchases, we're budgeting 1.162, so we're about 800, a little less than 800,000 for that in project.
Explain that. When you look at that 1,265,000 on this sheet right here, is that what you're questioning?
We have this budget document in front of us
Yeah.
that has
The
projects,
600
property capital projects and purchases. Budgeted line item for this year is 1,162,796. And that's a little less than 800,000. Under what we need to spend for maintenance of effort, so. I don't know, and
yeah,
alarm bells are going off in my head, like I want to make sure we meet that
We-
needs of effort. Okay, that's right, okay,
right. It won't,
okay.
it's not that, yes, so the 1.955 would not need to be in total property capital purchases. Just because on some of those, that maintenance of effort, technology isn't included in that. We get reimbursed, we put it in the capital improvement because it gets the, for E-rate reimbursement as well as obviously infrastructure. But in terms of contributing towards that 3%, it doesn't do that. So computers, anything that's mobile doesn't count. On the other things that do, or if it goes to custodial, it's a custodial equipment, it might be somewhere in here. That doesn't count, but maintenance salaries does. Custodial salaries do not. So we need to pay to get that total 3%. We go through the entire budget of qualifying expenses.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
to
I just
put
wanted to
your,
clear that.
to put your mind at ease, if you look at that 1,955, right off the bat for next year, you're already going to have the maintenance. The 1.9557 right here.
And-
The maintenance of effort, the 3%.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right off the bat, you're going to be able to use the maintenance salary and benefits, which is estimated at 450,000.
All right, so I put
Then
this, yeah,
if you take off the town bond payments, which we're allowed to put against there, that's approximately 150,000. So
Okay.
right now you're at 600,000 from there. So if you're not at 1,955, you're at 1.
okay.
Then you go down from there.
Have a plan to do that without having to rely on those reimbursements, at least with
Yes.
this fiscal year.
And we also
That-
have a plan to schedule out our maintenance and our CIP projects during the course of the year, whether
All right.
Well, we'll try to do,
Okay.
so we have a plan to get there, but what we also want to do is that if we put it into other long-term infrastructure and we're doing basically maintenance, we're not able to get reimbursement on that. When we do it, if we're able to do by doing a project that allows us to and shift some of that constant maintenance to a capital improvement project that we can get reimbursed on and meet our maintenance of effort. And then ultimately, once the town, once bond payments start for the amazing high school that's being built outside these windows, once the bond payments go through, that all those payments count towards our 3%, and we will far exceed our 3%.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Mr. Petrosino.
Yes.
We do a capital project. So miniaturize. And they give us a reimbursement, whether it's at that higher rate or at the 35% rate. Now we take that money and use it on another capital improvement. Does that money that we use on the secondary capital improvement project count towards our 3%?
It would once, that would also, yes, that would count towards our maintenance of effort. Yes, that would count towards the 3%. Whether it was, whether we get reimbursed on that once again, depends on, as long as we're doing a capital expense that's reimbursable. So, yep, we're all right.
Sure, we're spending reimbursement dollars on capital improvements. Does that count towards that?
Yes, it does.
3%? That was where my brain is going. Thank
Yes,
you.
it does. As well as if the town decided to do a project for us, that would count towards our maintenance of effort. So again, like the bond payments. So
Okay.
next slide.
This is okay. So,
So in this budget, as we have gone through and get through our encumbrances, put in our actual and project our actual, roll things over, start preparing for next school year. Given all of the cuts and reductions that are currently in these numbers, our revenue is currently exceeding our expenses by $564,168. As such, it is my recommendation and the team's recommendation that if we were to reinstate the following positions, the 1.0 guidance position that was fully reduced, the 0.2 ELL, MLL position, add in the anticipated and most likely 1.0 kindergarten position, that we would then be left with approximately, after putting in those 3 positions, or really 2.2 positions back into the budget, some back in, some in for the first time, that we would still be left with approximately $228,320. In order to balance a budget, what I would say is, or what I would ask for consideration, is that we take that $300,000 of additional capital coming out of fund balance that we were going to use, and that we ultimately only use the difference until that money from this school year is confirmed. If we were to do that, we would be basically reducing a revenue source while we still keep that revenue source, because it's still in fund balance. And then once our surplus or deficit from this current fiscal year, once we have a full, whether it be through the audit or whether we know here are the numbers we submitted to the audits and we know that we are closest to this, that we then go back and reinstate those positions. The other reason that I say that is again, we might need to use potentially some of these for a capital improvement project. We might not be at that number, but what that does tonight is it allows us to, again, pull back 2 positions that have people attached to them. The people that, or 2 of them exist in our system right now and are affected by that action. we would be able to put them back to those positions and affect others, as well as add what we know is going to happen and start to plan, as well as then make sure that in the upcoming job fair, that people have full access to the positions that we're going to have. Not, okay, here are the positions that are available. Okay, people end up in their positions and then midsummer, oh, yeah, this now got approved. We need this kindergarten position. Okay, let's do it all over again and start the shuffling once again. While there still are positions that do have people attached to them, the majority of them are not. So so the reduction of 0.5 reading specialist, the reduction of social worker to a 0.5, those positions are vacated positions that do not have individuals attached to them yet. So I would say let's keep those as is and see how the hiring goes with that reduced rate. And then we can always, we then have the flexibility to put certain things in on that, as well as pass a currently balanced budget that, once again, we will be doing updates once state aid is finalized and other revenue sources are there.
So just to,
I don't,
just,
I don't know if it's working. Um. and then we talk on it. So, Mr. McDowell.
Yep.
What you're saying is these two positions that are indicated on this slide.
Yep.
Have people attached to them. So reinstate those now.
Yes.
And other positions that do not have people attached to them, hold on until after the welfare processing.
What I would say is that these are the positions that I would say right now that there are still positions outside of these that we've cut as part of this budget process that have people still attached to them. So there was a 0.5 PE. There was a 1.0 secretarial position that have people attached and that are affected by. However, there are also positions. Those still remain as cuts. And then we can't bring them all back with this, as well as so that total doesn't get us back to all of them being back. It also doesn't provide the district the flexibility that we potentially need if we're able to fill those positions that can be done part-time at part-time. If they can't be filled at part-time or the need increases, we then have funds that we can go into to increase them. Because again, if we were going to allocate 1.3, but we don't need to, but then the need arises that we do need to reinstate that. Originally, we had 1.3 budgeted. Essentially, what I'm saying here is let's not do 1.3, let's do 1.0071680. And then we'll have a balanced budget for our local funds. And then once we close this fiscal year and we know what our true surplus will be, that will be rolled over into, and we can always allocate that should the need arise or conditions warrant.
Thing to ask them for is a motion to approve the reinstatement for these bottom positions tonight.
We're gonna, when we're all done, we're gonna pass the budget as recommended. And these will be this is how you get to a balanced budget with these recommendations. So it'll be all in one, but we've got a couple more pages to get through, but great question. So I just want to say something about the process. This has been a very difficult budget year. And, you know, I am happy to bring these positions back. I think this is a very thoughtful recommendation to really look at what we can bring back and where the need for our students is, and also the people, that to prioritize people already in our district working with our students. I think the need for the kindergarten teacher, I'm 100% on board with that. But I just don't like the process that we don't know, so we go deeper with who we're noticing about layoffs and then bring people back. I know that's the process, but it's difficult and it puts a lot of stress on people. And then when we eventually recall them, we're happy about that. But in the meantime, they've gone through all this stress and anxiety. So I just want to apologize because I know that's difficult for people. But I do want to appreciate the thoughtfulness of this recommendation, and I'm glad we're able to bring back some, make some of these reinstatements. I just wanted to say that.
So I'm curious when it comes to the reinstatement, how are you determining which ones kind of weight higher than the other? As far as, I believe there was also a 0.5 social worker, so why was, and I'm not suggesting that, I'm just curious how we got to these two versus others.
Yep, so total enrollment, total usage of those services currently, conversations with the principals, as well as then the domino effect that eliminating certain positions then have, that force people into positions and potentially out of positions that they work best in or that they're motivated towards, that then goes to that. Again, also in terms of some of the unknowns, and here specifically, getting into the equity audit to make sure that, again, if we're not going to touch some of the things that were brought before us early on, we now got into those things that did affect programs, services, and that while they might not have the same ratios, the need is the greatest. And so ultimately placing resources there. And so balancing the need of all students, balancing the needs of current society and needs of our adolescents, both academically and socially, emotionally. And, as I say, we want to make sure safe, engaged, future focused. That last piece of future focus is why we put those in, that those recommendations are there now. So enrollment wise, the high school obviously has the largest. Broad Rock, until we get increases or that enrollment comes through in terms of their need for elective teachers with a very small sixth grade, makes it so that 0.5 cut that does have a person isn't weighted as heavily here. As well as then the need for a 1.0 at our lowest enrollment elementary school, to offset that and ultimately prioritizing the needs of our early adolescents, with that rounded support academically as well as socially.
So I just want to clarify one thing, because you mentioned the social worker,
And that doesn't.
you would have to actually hire a new person for
Yes.
that 0.5.
Yes,
That's the point. Yeah.
yes. So that person is out, whoever that person is out there in the ether somewhere. They don't exist yet. We may be able to get them, we might not. So I would definitely go with the person that we have, and as well as the recommendation or the belief of that administrative team. Again, hopefully then, hopefully our surplus ends up in a better spot and we could potentially bring everybody back, because it's like we said, our enrollment is stabilizing. I'd love for headlines to now be about that we are in a good financial position and that we are, because we have stable enrollment, that the headlines should be that we have stable enrollment, and as such, we have minimized personnel reductions and that we are providing academic and social reports, and that ultimately should, and that the town increased our funding, and as such, we were able to make the most minimal cuts in any time in recent history. And then that can accompany, and that can become the narrative to go along with the work being done both physically and educationally in this district.
I'd like to echo the chairman's commentary on the process and what that does to the people who are affected by this. You know, to make logic of this process is a pretty difficult thing to do. To go through the level of angst that we go through as a committee to try to figure it all out. And the back and forth with the town council and the state, and then things last minute start to happen and then go back to these people, you know, obviously one of the people who we're looking at potentially bringing back was here on her own behalf to plead her case. I wish she was here now, but she'll hear. You know, she's watching. I'm sure. But, yeah, so it's just one of those processes that just is hard to figure how this would make sense, but this is what we're dealt and this is how it goes. So, again, thank you for bringing that up, Chairman.
I want to say that it is what we're dealt and it is the path we have to take for certain things. We have general law we have to follow. We have contracts we have to follow. However, the process with the budget, with the communication with the town didn't have to go that way and shouldn't have gone that way. And I think we need to spearhead to make sure that it never goes that way again. We will still be faced with these things. Not to say that that won't happen, but it could have played out way smoother in those first few months. Yeah. Yeah. You can't come with zero, right? Exactly. So. But, and we're not the only, and I'm not saying this for any other reason other than every school district in the state is navigating the exact same conversations and their teachers and their communities. So, there's no solace in not being alone, but at the same time, we are not alone. So.
I agree with, what's been said here by my colleagues here at the table with regard to the angst that this whole process takes. But we have to follow the process and, yes, we're glad to be able to say, okay, we need to bring back these people now, but the bringing back of people now is way, it's not last minute, it's actually early. So, and the teacher and me arrived, the school committee member has left the building. You know, getting notified that you're being brought back the Friday before Labor Day, or the Thursday before school starts, that really, that doesn't mean I like the process any more than anybody else sitting here. But it's also, as Ms. Massananti said, we have state statutes that we must follow, and one of them is the school department has to have a balanced budget.
Yeah, this is the first year we've had such a gap, what we needed and what the town was offering us. And had so few levels like that whole to make it work. And so I think we saw how we can improve this process from the local level by having this conversation with the town earlier. Get in front of it, get ahead of it, try to reduce that anxiety in the community. I'm not saying it's going to go away. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect, but I think having learned what we learned from going through it this year, we're going to make some choices, different choices next year, and have more proactive conversations next year. And I think that's going to put us in a much better position to both, advocate for what we need as a school district and also reduce what it kind of anxiety and angst is going through the community as far as whether their favorite teacher is going to have a job at the end of the year. So I think this has been a learning process for all of us as far as having, it's been one of the more difficult public seasons we've had certainly since I've been on here. And I think the most important thing we can do is say, we learned how to there's ways to do it better. We're going to do it better next year. And I think we're well positioned to do that.
Can I ask you a question about this last page? I know this is not the operating budget, but I just wanted, I mean, you've got revenue of 1.9 and you've got expenses of 1.3. So you show the difference of 559,000. So is this just needs to still be allocated to expenses? Is that all? It's just to be allocated?
Yes, so the grants for whether it be purchase services or equipment, the remainder, so that is using, I mean, we might, who knows, in terms of taking a look at the remainder and should it be used for additional personnel is going to be written into those grants. But ultimately, those are the personnel costs that were in federal grants in existing personnel that we pulled out, and we anticipate writing the this 2027 grant to continue to use funding from those federal sources to support those positions, either as a 0.1, 0.2, or in some cases as 1.0s.
Okay, I mean, and I get that because you've done the salaries and benefits
Yep.
and the cost to those, and that's. But you've got 560,000. But you've got, but this last year, I mean, you're down by 100,000 or so, right? I mean, so is there a plan?
So Perkins comes in late, CTE comes in late and on an ongoing basis. We get an initial allocation and then we potentially get categorical aid. So some of these dollar amounts change during the course of the school year. And we do tend to focus on those on supplies and other materials, certain things, Title II. As I alluded to earlier, we'll be more than likely moving that over to Title I in order to make sure that personnel costs are covered and we're not putting it towards, because we have other local options available to us. We need to, so in the end, with federal grants, we want to spend it. And because if you don't spend it, you only have an 18-month run through. But what those specific needs are and whether they, in the vast majority of cases, most of those things here are supplemental. They're the core costs of the educational programming are not, we can't rely on federal funding. And so the educational program that's promised, these are for those allowed, in many cases, that extra piece or that new piece of technology that we hadn't budgeted for, that or that professional development opportunity that comes along that we just heard about, and put those things in there. So
And I think this went to my previous question to Ms. Proctor about this is like, do we take money from operating to help with these expenses? And she said, no, these are things that are funded only with the revenue from these grants. So that's helpful. So we are losing, we are proposed loss of $100,000 in these grants. We're just going to have to, the allocation is going to be smaller for the rest of these items because there simply isn't the money.
that is correct.
Okay, I
That is-
understand.
Yeah, and in some cases what they purchased for or what they may have been used for, there's now an opportunity to do things differently. And so they might be going to an entirely different cost. So maybe for a CTE, it's okay, well, no, we've got enough, lumber we've been using it for lumber. We've been using it for band saws. However, now there's a new there's a new piece of equipment that we could get that will go nicely into the new high school, or, things aren't done that way. And so we're going to upgrade that bandsaw to this new type, and we would be able to do that. Could we still live with the existing materials? Absolutely. So again, these are the supplement, not supplant type of purchases.
That's good. And I also want to say that um, I have full trust in Dr. Carson to make sure that all our programs are delivered to our students. So I have, no worries about that because she's been doing such a great job, and I really do trust that she will continue that work. So I just wanted to make sure and get that out there that yes, we have less money, but the work and the needs are still there. So. Right. Any other questions on the budget before we take up a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the final FY 26-27 budget.
Second,
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes. Thank you again. Yes, this has been a long process. We learned a lot. But I want to thank Mr. Pedraza and his team, all the administrators, Ms. Proctor, and just all the good work that you did. And I know it was a lot of work to get where we are, and buckle up because we get to do it again next year.
Absolutely. We'll be on there, and we'll be making, hopefully we'll be making some positive budget amendments moving forward once state and federal aid and all. Federal aid, I think, is all set, but once state aid and budgets come through, as well as when we close out a successful current school year. And the money tree grows.
All right. Well, we have a budget. We finally got there. All right, that will bring us to item D, discussion, legislative liaison updates, current initiatives before the House and Senate relating to public education. And I'm going to turn over to Michelle.
So there are two budgets in the General Assembly, one in the Senate and one in the House. The budget numbers for anybody that wants them are S3015, page 8351. So these budgets came from the work of the Annenberg Institute that worked with it's not written down, so I'm trying to complete one. So there's a couple of things that they recommended with the Rhode Island Commission on the funding thing. And we have 12, every year about the fact that transportation is not included in the funding fund. So what I would like to do is explain some of what I've heard at the Rhode Island Association of School Committees meeting from the representative from this Annenberg Institute about the background of this legislation and how they anticipate bringing it forward. So as we know, the funding formula has this core instructional amount, which is personal opinion ridiculously small. I didn't say that. What this commission recommends is the wording of that get changed to core educational amount, so that all of these other things that contribute to the education of a student actually get included in the funding formula. So they say they want to account for the full cost of educating students. And take that course, tailor that cost, that educational cost, more directly to the student. And as a result of this, transportation would be included in the formula. So the proposal that comes forward says that the state would take over, if this goes through, the high cost special education costs, the legacy teacher pension debt. Some districts are paying pension costs that were for people that were not paid when they should have been paid. Out of district transportation and early childhood service, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading. Right. Early childhood services. So the ultimate goal is that the full cost of educating a student in the system would be taken into consideration. And those instructional costs would be tied to the student directly. They feel this would ensure greater predictability, and they would require that transparency and strategic management would be tied to the spending. They feel that this would help districts receive more help in budgeting and more frequent auditing. I don't know if that applies to other districts, but we're already audited fairly regular. So they are recommending that. Let's hold on, because I don't want anybody going on picture. Literally, hold on. Okay, that the state across all the districts in the state would take on 58% of the cost of educating the students in every district. So the point was that it won't matter where the kid lives. The state is going to pay the same percentage in every district, and the locals would absorb the rest. There's a plan rolled into the legislation that would have this phased in. And so a lot of you have heard from presentations that we've seen the idea that in the formula is the use of something called the quadratic mean, and I think maybe I'm the only one that knows what it is. They're going to get rid of that. So I don't need to do a math lesson every time we talk about quadratic mean. And have the same rate across the entire state for, education. I gave you the bill numbers. I think if you don't mind. I did read the, these are a week old and I did pull them out and read over them. Oh, the other thing that they wanted to do is improve the per pupil weights. So raise the weight for economically disadvantaged students and have tiered weights for multilingual learners and students with disabilities. So it's my understanding that the bill, and I hope I did not write this down, I'm admitting that to you. It's my understanding that the bill is passed the Senate, Ms. Conley.
So would it be helpful, like if we had a resolution that we move forward, or what, is there anything that we can do as a committee and or as our counselors can do as a town to put weight behind any of it?
I think it would be a good idea to send a resolution in support of the existing bills, and even though it's passed the Senate, I think maybe we should send a resolution to both the House and the Senate. I don't know what everybody else thinks. Does anybody else have any questions? I'll see if I can find.
Do you? Ah. So I was thinking um a bill that's on the table for unfunded mandates. Has anybody seen it? I know.
We didn't.
Yes.
Elaine Morgan has it, pushing it forward.
That was for. Right.
So I don't know if it's, I don't know where it stands. I just saw, I saw it on the news that was being brought forward, yeah.
So I just wanted to put that up, that there is.
And Elaine Morgan is, we'll say on the politics, it is a bipartisan supported bill. Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
In the meantime, I would, as we look at drafting a resolution, I would also urge South Kingstown residents to contact the local legislators in the House and the Senate to move forward with this resolution as stated. With the bill.
I think that's a wonderful idea. I think our community members have heard us ad nauseum discuss, of what, $4 point something million transportation, bill, and, so the fact that, and the way this woman from Ms. Brenda Sinters from the Annenberg Institute, the way she spoke about just the wording of the funding formula, where the current wording says um, yeah, core instructional amount, and they want to just change it to core educational amount. And transportation is required. And, so, and this complete report is available on the Rhode Island Foundation website for the report. When she spoke, and I'm looking here, I don't seem to have notes on that, but she explained that the group that worked on this included students and parents and educators and so forth.
This is what I propose. We have our lawyers draft up a resolution. And at our very next meeting, because we're kind of under a time sensitive thing here. So at our next meeting, we could adopt the resolution, but can immediately contact them to write that up.
Yes, I agree. No, because it's not an action item.
We, just to weigh in here, since it was brought up, the act is, for the Senate, or it is S 2239, that you referred, to in terms of Senators Morgan, Brito, Chacon, De La Cruz, Russo, Ewer, Paolino, Rogers, Dimitri, Famigletti, is referred to the Senate Finance Committee. Ultimately, the main text, it is altering the Education Equity and Property Tax Relief Act, to say that school districts may elect and choose not to spend money on mandates not fully funded.
Mr. Petrozza, can you please give me the number then?
Certainly, S 2239.
Thank you very much.
And that is again, not the one about the funding formula, but that is about the unfunded
Unfunded
mandates.
mandates.
I think if we could also, when we vote here to, for the resolution piece, if we could have maybe some sort of statement that is clearly maps out if parents, community members, counselors, whoever wants to contact their legislators, and kind of have it published to 4 docs, like these are the bills, these are our legislators, and this is how you can connect to them with them. Might be helpful.
Yeah, we can get the information from our legal team and the resolution. They can write it for us, and then we can push that information to the administration, and particularly Eric, to make sure that he can write something to communicate with our community. Michelle, can you do you have the bill numbers in front of you for this, the funding formula one?
Yes, I do. S 3015 and H 8351.
Okay, great. So we'll do that, and we'll have a resolution. It'll be a discussion action item at the next meeting.
And,
You got that, Terry?
with the
Thank
committee,
you.
like to also have a resolution with regard to the unfunded mandate.
All right. Do we have a House bill number for the unfunded mandate one? We can get it. Okay, but, all right, we'll do 2. The unfunded mandate one and the funding formula one.
And Ms. Vedder was likely to contact our legal team and to do that.
I can contact them. That's not a problem, but thank you. And that's
Okay.
very informative. Thank you, Michelle, for putting it all together. All right, so that will bring us to discussion, annual summer workshop topics. Previously known as retreat, but never again, right? So I asked that we put this on to start talking about what we want to discuss at the workshop. One of the things I really want to focus on is the equity audit and that whole equity piece, and how we're what is the next stages to make sure that we keep it at the forefront of our planning. So, so that's one thing that I want to see at the workshop, definitely. But I also want to flesh out some other ideas that we want to do, during that time as well.
On the equity audit, what you're saying you wanted, like what's next? As part of that, could we also get a like report out as to what accomplishments we've had as well inside of that?
So I think last year what we did, which worked well, is that we can take time to think about this, things that we
Yeah.
want to see, more specifics about what pieces of the equity audit we want to focus on or highlight, and send those to Terry to tabulate, and we can discuss them again. I mean, I don't expect everybody to have, I mean, brainstorming is good, but also to have time to think about it is good. But, we know that the equity audit was a major focus of our strategic plan. So, yeah, so an update from the administration or the superintendent or Mr. Seeger specifically, because he's implementing a lot of this, in the learning environment. So at this point, that's a great question, Stuart. I think that's a part of it too. What have we already done? What has been successful? What has been the challenges? What have we learned? What does that learning tell us of where we need to go, right? What data have we been collecting? Because part of this is being data driven. And it's all of that comprehensive. That's what I see as a deep dive in that equity piece, because we're finally going to have we'll have the time at a workshop that to devote to it that it needs. So that's my thinking, but I'm going to share it all with you. I want you to have time to think about it too, and to put your thoughts to paper, so to speak, and email it to Terry. But that's just what, I'm thinking, very all encompassing.
Station for us to have, I would also like us to work out this. Very outdated. But, I would love to see them change. I mean, not much of them would change, but I mean, I think we could, we could certainly talk about that. Yeah.
Do we have a date or a week that we're shooting for?
This is our first conversation. So, I mean, I'm thinking the latter part of the summer. I'm also thinking maybe one of the things that we might want to discuss is, that submission that Ms. Proctor is going to put together for reimbursements is due like July 15th. She could come in and present to us at that time. Oh, here's your spreadsheet. Here's everything that we submitted. Here's the dollar amounts, all of that might be helpful. That would necessitate pushing it out after that July 15th deadline. That's just some thoughts I had, but I'm open to whatever others people suggest.
I'll just say that if you're suggesting the latter part of August as a potential, I am out as of the 11th through the 26th
I think we can put scheduling this on,
of August.
yeah, I think we can put scheduling this on future future agenda so we can talk about what actual dates work for us. I think we'll probably our next agenda. That, but
Yeah, we've got,
focusing on the,
we've got some time because I know people have various vacation plans and everything. And it might help to have Terry do a doodle poll around when people are available. So, but yeah, that's all to be done. I just wanted to start the conversation now to give everybody time to think. And there's another, I'm gonna hear clicking in my head for this one, but I'm just gonna say it. So this is an agenda item. We need to put on a upcoming agenda, probably the next one, about superintendent evaluation again. That's coming up really quick. So it's just an agenda item, not to be talked about. But yeah, we're coming up to things that we're gonna need to be scheduled. So
Popped in my head. So I've heard for the last couple of meetings that we wanted to really try and start off conversation on council early on versus those scheduled months that we had. So what if we try to incorporate them into a retreat sort of setting with ourselves for time to just talk about what that could look like and how we could plan that?
I'm really glad you said that because I was thinking we needed a dedicated workshop just, they're not going to be interested in a lot of things that we need to talk about at the retreat, but a separate joint meeting, a joint workshop to just talk about the whole that we're going to start next year with. So starting from zero is not an option, right? And I think the superintendent and town manager are meeting now like every other week. That is going to be super helpful that they're not going to be like talking about this in December for the very first time. But I do think that it would be helpful to have a joint meeting early on, maybe before school starts. And just to start the conversation early. I mean, it's not going to be about what's a hard number, right? It's more about where we're starting from.
So I think what might make sense is because the equity audit / strategic plan is a big item and preparing for these discussions around the budget to come is a big item. I wonder if those could be the two, not inviting the town council to communicate with us at the workshop, but how are we going to approach, how are we approaching it and having those be our two main items? Clearly, we
Yeah.
can talk about other things also, but those be our main focal point.
No, you're right.
They drive
A
each other.
planning meeting for us before we have a joint meeting with them. I think that's a great idea. Very good.
We have also talked several times, it hasn't come up recently, but I don't think we've talked about anything but numbers. 10 years. We had talked about possibly before the registration session starts in January to inviting our senators and reps to a work session in the evening. And I wonder if, and we could talk about the possibility that other people still interested in.
I'd be interested in that. I think that's good to have that conversation. Maybe after, since it is an election year, maybe after another election. Something to the board side. One was last year talked about what areas we want to see, whether it's a therapist we're introducing, what challenges we're facing with the local. I think it's good.
And I was thinking for our workshop in the summer, just to discuss the whole idea, not to actually schedule it, but I agree with you. We could have a meeting with reps and senators sometime late November, early December, because they do start January 2nd. With January 7th.
No, that sounds good. I think we filled the workshop already. as a superintendent for his thoughts as well.
Appreciate that. And I think in terms of, those are fantastic topics. One could always frame the other, but I think that in terms of leading with the equity audit and where we want to be, as well as being open and transparent with our results as well and next steps. And how ultimately finances and community commitment plays a large part of that, as well as we've been focusing in on relationships, ultimately the adults modeling those relationships amongst one another in terms of governing bodies, whether it be at the local level or at the state level. And getting our local legislators in, especially if we're not going to, we're not going to see any changes to the funding formula moving forward in this fiscal year, but framing it as early as possible to see what progress can be made, especially as we look to already talking about financial framing fiscal year 28. I don't think any of those topics can go wrong. And there's definitely enough to work with there, as well as provide other outside tangential opportunities. But if people think of other things, obviously, and continue to email, and we'll see what we can do.
That's great. And we'll put it, we'll give it time for everybody to email Terry and get an idea, kind of list together. Great ideas tonight, though. And we'll put it on a future agenda to nail down the date.
Just food for thought. I don't even think he's messing into this is good. So it's a long time ago. We had a mid-year work session. And it was, even during the week, it started, I think around 5 o'clock, and we had, a late supper brought in, and all the building administrators were called for that. And I found that discussion that took, it was a work session. I found the discussion that took place at that work session very helpful. So I don't know if anybody else thinks that's a good idea. In the training, it's academic year.
I like the idea more so about having maybe topic wise, the school improvement team plans brought forward to us so that we know what's happening. So we've done a couple things in the past where we had actual work sessions that included community members, building admin, school committee members, teachers, whoever, students on different topics. So we've done back in the way back when we were going forward with bring your own BYOD, if anybody recalls that. There was also, they did a work session on the STAR testing, and they did a work session on various things. They were very well attended also, by the way. It wasn't like this. And they weren't contentious. It was really great community collaboration and informative. But I think I feel what I'm missing right now is that, what are our, because it's a general law, our school improvement team should be meeting it at every school, and we kind of should be getting a report out. So maybe if we can plan for that, for next school year.
Yeah, but the last one I remember is every administration team from each building. We had a workshop at a regular Tuesday meeting, and they presented their school improvement plan.
Yep.
And it was a great time to hear from every individual principal what they had going on in their school and their plan. And I think that would be a really great thing to do. It would be nice to get back to where you're always going to probably have some business items, but get back to a truly more of a workshop feel to every other meeting. So you'd have a business meeting and then something like this where we could actually have school improvement teams, a presentation. And we've tried to do some of that. But when Dr. Carson presents, we get, all that information on special education. Or when Mr. Seeger presents and we get, from what the learning objectives are, right? So, so we've tried to do some of that. I'm hoping we can get to more of it, and the school improvement teams their SIP plans is a great place to start.
So we
Well, we're talking about many, many workshops, but you're right, we are kind of off topic.
So-
Summer workshop.
one of the things, on the workshop topic, is that it is mandated by state law that school committee members engage in a minimum of 6 hours annually of professional development. And some of those work sessions that we have had in the past counted as that professional development. And, in the past, around pre-pandemic, I believe I'm not going back that far. The Rhode Island Association's meetings had, like, every 6 weeks, they had, something on a Saturday morning, and, you attend 2 of those, you got your 6 hours. But we also had the work sessions for the school committee, and depending on the way they were structured, some of those counted as PD hours.
All right, well, thank you. That was a really great discussion. So I'm going to move on to the last thing, discussion school building committee update. Okay.
Thank you. One of the highlights since our last meeting was we had the butters meeting on Saturday, and it went exceptionally well. We've done a really great job in the past month or so of reconnecting and invigorating our connection with our butters. We have Justin Jones with Left Field, who's done an exceptional job. He's kind of taken this on as his project. He has, not only does he have like the full community distribution list that he sends information and updates out to, but we have very specific abutter lists for the immediate abutters for this property, but also we're building the same for Curtis Corner. And so here the site is really gotten under control as far as the cement floors, the concrete pours are almost done. We should be finishing them up, weather permitting, by June 10th. So the night and after hours and lighting up the building till 10 o'clock at night should be ending then. After the cement pours are done, there should be no late night meetings, work done at all. We will continue to have the random Saturday morning work, but again, we are getting that information 2-3 days ahead of time. We're making sure our butters are aware of it. We've actually made some concessions where they did a concrete pour on a Friday night and the lights were up and the people were working till like 11 and they were going to start cement cutting at 7 a.m. And Luke Murray and I were like, no, you're not. And so we worked with Gil Bain. We worked out a little agreement and tapped a little bit into our contingency fund, and we were able to bump that out till at least 9 o'clock. But it showed that good faith of we want to be good neighbors. And the meeting on Saturday really showed that we reclaimed that. We had, I would say there's 20 immediate abutters that we're really concerned with because they're the ones who are being vastly impacted. We had about 8 to 10 of them come, some with suggestions, but most of them were just super thankful. Many of them are proponents of the project. Their lives are there's like a certain way that the way the site is laid out and the way the work is being done, they're impacted so vastly every day. And we try to be super cognizant of navigating it with them. The day-to-day, this building out here is the progress is wild to watch the the building envelope go up, you can see now we're enclosed and you see the windowsills going in. And like I said, the concrete pouring, is wrapping up. Cafeteria the floor is complete. Gymnasium, they're working on it. The auditorium, with, where the stage will be. It's all just kind of, you can start to see it takes, form. It's really cool. Curtis Corner, we're in the middle of the abatement process, which is removing any of the hazardous materials. We have, as Phil demonstrated before, we have a really great process that's being followed. We have not gotten to the demolition phase there yet. When we get closer to that, we will have an abutter meeting for that as well to keep them up to date. But we're all just kind of we're just moving along. Phil will be open to coming to our building committee once we made some finalizations around the track. We are working on what they're calling phase 3, which is the site layout with the parking lot and the roadways. Still kind of not there yet, but working through it. And then making sure that that is future focused as far as someday when other funds are available and some other school building committee is brought together, we can talk about what a kind of the athletic building might look like over there in the future. But that's pretty much where we are, unless anybody has any particular question, concern, comment.
I have a question. And I thought I remember hearing that the demolition of Curtis Corner itself was a project, so that when it was completed, just the demolition, it could be submitted for reimbursement. Okay, and is
It
there a
is its own
timeline for
project.
that?
Yeah, it's it is its own project over there. And they have it, like you said, there's 3 phases. So the demo is phase 1, the athletic field, track and field is phase 2, and then the site work is phase 3. And we are submitting them in 3 phases to ride. So the timeline on that, I will get that confirmed back from Phil as far as like substantial completion of that and what that will look like. And I'll make sure I bring that back.
I'm just thinking that it might be the first one that's actually completed and submitted, because the high school itself is just one
Correct.
huge project.
Yep.
So,
I mean, it will be this year. It will be, that should be completed, if I'm not mistaken, by the end of June, July timeframe. It should be soon as far as the demo goes. So, but yeah, let me get the exact. before
okay,
I
no,
get quoted on it.
that's good news too.
I just want to say that most of you know, I've been out of town most of the time since first week of May. And so I come back into town and I make a point, like going to my house from Galilee, you don't go by School Street, but I do. And I come around the corner, and, oh my God. And there was nobody behind me the other day, so I drove really slowly down School Street and checked out every place that the fence was open so I could see inside. I'm like, a kid in a I'm so excited.
Do want to make sure that I bring up, and I'm going to talk about it every chance I have a microphone in front of me. When that building is finished, and this building will not come down immediately after, so we need to all be cognizant of making sure that we, and I say this to you all to put pressure on me and Luke and the project team, that we have a traffic plan set up for what it's going to look like when all 3 buildings are still standing and school starts. And then also, so the demo of this building will start with this end and move that way. So there will be, we're not waiting for the entire building to come down before the traffic pattern is developed. But we cannot wait. It's a year and a half away. And that's like, oh, it's a year and a half away. It's like, no. That's tomorrow, right? As far as I'm concerned, because like we were just talking over here, it's already June of 26. So by
You're talking here like 3 months.
but exactly. So yeah,
Less than a year.
yeah. So and every time I bring it up, another month has gone by. So I want us to make sure we're putting pressure again on me and making sure that we have a plan going into September 2027 for faculty, parent drop-off, student parking, the whole 9 yards. So
I just want to say that I met a student today, who was a freshman in the high school. And I asked her about her excitement about what did she think about this high school? And it was like she was giddy, oh, I can't. And her only disappointment was that she'd only get, so the students are feeling it, they're seeing it, they're watching it grow, and so they're really excited. So that's great.
Dana's done a really good job of making sure they're safely interactive.
Yeah,
Very cool.
that's great. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We're adjourned at 8:51.